Sorry for the delay, everyone. For some reason, OBS decided to remove my microphone from the scene and didn't like me adding it back. Anyway, I think everything is good right now. Let me know if you can't hear me or if the mix seems off, since I had to sort of fly by the seat of my pants there. And I think it's always going to sound different in my headphones than it's going to sound to you. So just let me know. Today we are continuing our flight along the Inside Passage. We started in Bellingham, Washington a few streams ago, and we're headed all the way to Skagway, Alaska, with some detours along the way. We ended the last part of this trip in Bella Bella, British Columbia. Just to give an idea of where we came from and where we're headed, I'm gonna pop my flight plan chart up onto the stream. Here we go. We can take a look at this together. So we started the trip all the way down here at the bottom of the plan at KBLI, Bellingham International Airport. Day one, we ended in Desolation Sound, beautiful Desolation Sound, very poorly named by English explorers. Day two, we continued the trip from Desolation Sound and ended at Bella Bella. And today we're gonna continue on to at least Prince Rupert, I would say. That's about 150 nautical miles. We may go a little farther to the next waypoint after that. Our final goal on this trip is going to be Skagway, Alaska, P-A-G-Y, up here all the way at the top. It'll probably be a number of streams before we reach Skagway. I have plans for some explorations once we get to Southeast Alaska. With all that out of the way, I think it's time to get in the air. So let's get started here. Okay. There we go. Back to the airfield at Bella Bella, Campbell Island, British Columbia. I'm continuing along in the Savage Carbon here, the little bush plane that I love. Very lightweight, quite powerful for its weight. I do think it would be a little taxing to actually fly this plane for this entire trip. If you did the trip in real life, there's no autopilot. You'd be flying manually with the stick the whole time. Of course, if you only do 3 or 4 hours a day the way that we're doing, it would probably make it a little more tolerable. Okay, here we are. Bush plane, runway takeoff. That is not the right way to take off. Don't tell the FAA. We're going to stay low and probably generally over the water, but hugging the shore, or at least relatively close to the shore, for most of this trip. I think the Inside Passage is all about the waterways, which is why I like to stay over the water. but I also really I think the shore is interesting to watch. The Inside Passage is a beautiful area. I spent a lot of time going up and down the Inside Passage on small cruise ships. I've also done the trip quite a few times on the Alaska State Ferry. I love to go to Southeast Alaska. It's easy to hop on the ferry from Western Washington here. In fact, the Alaska State Ferry leaves from Bellingham, where we started our trip, which is more or less why I decided to start the trip there. Just because the Alaska State Ferry starts in Bellingham, I consider the Inside Passage to pretty much start there as well. I guess I should pay attention to my flying. I hope everybody's doing well tonight, or today. It's almost 11 p.m. for me. I got home from work about an hour ago. Happy to be able to spend the rest of my evening flying this beautiful route. Actually gonna cut out here a little way, fly over this island and into the next passage just across the island. If you're wondering what I'm looking around at on my other monitor here, it's mostly the chart that I'm using to fly. I'm trying to stay as close as I can to the planned route while flying over the actual Inside Passage. Crank our RPMs down a little bit. We don't need to be redlining all the time, do we? Scenery looks better when you view it more slowly anyways. I'm going to pause for just a moment while I make sure I'm on the right server. I usually fly on the West USA server. For me, it seems to have the lowest latency of all the servers. We're on that server now, so if anybody in chat would like to come and fly along with me, feel free. You can just ask about our location and I'll tell you how to find us, or you can look in northern British Columbia here. I should just show up as RP Gamerus if you're logged into the US West server. Ahead and to the left here, I'll fly in that direction for a moment. This body of water is Millbank Sound. I know I said in the stream the other day that we were flying over Millbank Sound, but I was mistaken. This is the actual Millbank Sound. It's one of the 3 or 4 places along the Inside Passage where you're exposed to the waves of the Pacific Ocean if you're traveling by boat. It can be very uncomfortable. Or it can be flat calm, you never know. Alright, we're going to start to turn back north here. Cruising away from Millbank Sound. You're going to be flying up, we're going to be flying up Finlayson Channel. If you were on the Alaska State Ferry or a small cruise ship, this is the route you'd take to transit from the lower 48 states to Southeast Alaska. If you're on a big cruise ship, you wouldn't be able to take this route. The channels are too narrow in places, and in most places the waters are too shallow. You have to go outside for the most part, and cruise on the open Pacific. I like to stay relatively low on these flights. I think the scenery A lot of the scenery is hard to see if your altitude is too high. And even though it's just a simulator, the scenery looks pretty good in Microsoft Flight Simulator. We're just going to do some channel hopping here for a little bit. Cruise between these two islands over to Matheson Channel. See what it looks like over there. Do we have anybody in the chat who has been up or down the inside passage? And now that little passage is opening up into Matheson Channel. We're going to round the corner here, continue heading north toward Prince Rupert. This all looks so peaceful. I think it's perfect way for me to relax after my day at work. This looks like a pretty narrow channel we're gonna take to rejoin our route up the inside passage, headed sort of back over to Finlayson Channel from Matheson Channel here. Wow, Fliggity, thanks for the raid. I hope you all can hear me. I've been having some mic problems tonight. Awesome, thanks. How was your stream? Yeah, I am flying the Savage Carbon from Got Friends. Oh, Hungary. I haven't flown in Hungary yet. Sorry, I don't have very many commands set up yet. I'm slowly working on stuff. You also found probably one of the few streamers on Twitch who doesn't appreciate puns very much. Alright, Wormhole. Thanks for coming through on the raid. Sleep well. Yeah, I haven't flown in Hungary that I can recall, but I did fly around Croatia a little bit last night, just for fun. I can't remember the name of the town that I departed from, but I think it was just a little south of Split. I haven't flown the Comanche either, but I fly with We Fly Daily once in a while, and I know he loves that plane. In fact, I picked up this plane because of him. Thanks for the follows, everybody. Really appreciate it. How's everybody doing tonight? I knew this was going to be a narrow passage, but I didn't realize it was going to be this narrow. If anybody feels like joining, I'm on the West USA server, and about 30 miles or so north of Bella Bella, which I believe is CBBN. Oh, hey, Greg. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Thanks for joining up. Yeah, Swim Dog. People can join in the simulator. If you look at the world map and head to British Columbia, you probably see me, and now that Greg's in there, see him. You'll be able to join us there. As long as you're on the West USA server, you can fly with us. You'll be able to see us until the invisibility bug hits, which unfortunately is something that I suffer from quite frequently. Usually that means that one party can see the other, but not vice versa. Although sometimes it means that, like, two people stop seeing everybody except each other. Anyway, the whole reason I started streaming was because I had so much fun flying with other people. You can also, I see Stream Elements posted my Discord there. If you hit that up, there's a flight plan channel, and you can download the flight plan that I'm using for this. I put together a plan and added a lot of custom waypoints with location names and stuff. It's not as fleshed out as it will be eventually. I haven't. I just did it after the second flight, and I only added place names that for places that we haven't gotten to yet. I'm gonna go back and cover the part of the route from the first 2 days, probably by the weekend, because I use Navigraph to make the flight plans, and it doesn't really have a lot of place names. And since I've spent a lot of time in Southeast Alaska, I like to know what I'm flying over. So if I have some experiences to share or anything like that, I can do it at the appropriate time. The reason I decided to do this trip is actually because I've had a lot of experiences on the Inside Passage on the water. I've taken the Alaska State Ferry a number of times, as far north as Juneau, and that starts from Bellingham, Washington, which is where we started this trip, and that's why I started there, because I consider Bellingham to be the start of the Inside Passage, more or less. And I also I worked on small cruise ships for a number of years in Southeast Alaska mainly, and so I've been through these waters a lot. And to me, the water is what the Inside Passage is really all about. So I mostly follow the same channels, the same waterways that you would follow if you take the Alaska State Ferry or a small cruise ship up. And when I say small cruise ship, I'm talking ships that are maybe 200 to 250 feet length and probably carry a maximum of 100 to 120 passengers. The bigger cruise ships can't navigate these waters. They have to go outside the Inside Passage and sort of take a more direct route through the waters of the Pacific, up the outside coast. Being in the small cruise ships is great because they stop to view wildlife and things like that. It's really awesome to spot some orcas and humpbacks in the distance and have the ship stop so that you can watch and see if they do anything fun or interesting, if they breach or spy hop or feed. The bubble net feeding is really fun to watch. Also seen countless black bears and brown bears along the shore here. Too bad we can't see those in the sim. Yeah, OBS deleted my microphone, which is nothing fancy, just a Blue Yeti, and I don't know why it deleted it from all of my scenes, and I can add it back into the scene, but I can't get it to add to the mix. So I'm using the default mic track in the mixer, but I can't apply my filters to it. So if you're hearing fan noise from my very loud laptop fans, I apologize. Thanks for the follow, Torn Spider. Greg, you're flying down there where I like to fly, dangerously low. But a problem I keep having is that my my altimeter keeps creeping off on me, and if I don't remember to adjust it every time I land, I have to judge my distance from the water by sight, which mostly means, when you can see you can judge by the ripples and your shadow if you get close enough, but It often means that I touch the water when I don't want to. Here we go. We're getting back into the main channel of the inside passage here. I'm not sure what this one's called. I had to get most of the place names from Google Maps or take them from memory and find nautical charts to cross-reference. Unfortunately, Google Maps is kind of a pain to get place names from because they all show up at different resolutions and levels of zoom. So I don't have the names of all of the channels. I wish I did. I mean, most of them are just named after, like, wealthy English midshipmen who traveled with Cook or Vancouver. Well, hi, Andrew. How you doing? Welcome back. I'm doing pretty well. Just having a nice, relaxing flight after work. Yeah, it's really pretty. And we're not even in Alaska yet. Okay, fine, Greg. I'll come down and join you and try not to go for a swim. And Pio Boss, I see you back there too. Welcome back. Yeah, if anybody has any tips for dealing with the problem of the altimeter setting, I'd love to hear them, because I have a hard time believing that it's just well, Andrew, I love float planes. I don't think there's a float mod for this plane. Once we're in Alaska, I do actually plan on doing some float plane flights, though. So it's a good idea, and I'd love it. But I like to be able to just hop onto land and land wherever I want, and that's a lot easier in a plane with big gear than it is with a float plane. But yeah, what I was saying is I have a hard time believing that my shifting altimeter problem is just related to barometric pressure, because it varies so wildly in a very short distance and short amount of time. So I think there's some other reason why it creeps. I guess I should Google it. That's just one of the things that I have forgotten to Google. I did do some research the other night into the invisibility bug, and apparently it's been around since multiplayer was introduced, and it sounds like Asobo hasn't been able to track down the source of the problem, so until they manage that, we're just stuck with it. And since they have Microsoft Simulator 2024 coming out, who knows if they'll actually bother to fix it for this sim. Yeah, there's a few float planes in this sim, Andrew. From what I have, and I really like to fly one of them. There's a float plane version of the Beaver that I really enjoy. But some of the simmers I've watched who are professional pilots have said that, as far as they can tell, the physics of the water and float planes are not very accurate in the sim. I don't know, these planes probably don't generate enough power to run a Romulan cloaking device. I guess if you look closely enough at my background here, you can see I'm a Star Trek fan, too. I just realized I forgot to fuel up in Bella Bella. Yeah, I thought that might be the reason, Andrew. I really love it up here. I had plans for a while to buy some land in Southeast Alaska and set up a place to live off grid. But I kind of changed my mind and decided I want to move to Belgium. Yeah, right, Andrew? Move to Regina. Is Regina in British Columbia? I don't remember. Well, Andrew, we all have to have a way to have fun. And kids sure know how to have fun. You know, I don't think it's in British Columbia. I think it's in a different province now that I think about it. The only reason I've even heard of it, I think, is because I used to listen to a Canadian radio show that was called Stories from the Vinyl Cafe, if I remember right. It was one of my favorite radio shows for a long time. All right, we're almost at our first planned stop of the day. It's called Buttedale. I'm interested to see what it looks like in the sim. I still enjoy some Beavis and Butthead from time to time. I don't know where I put my phone, otherwise I would find the name of an Instagram account I think you'd enjoy. I just don't remember the name of it off my head. Is this it? I think this is it. Let's go take a little look here. This is Buttedale, I believe. Yeah, this is Buttedale, which is an abandoned cannery. Wonder if there's a place we can land here. I'm gonna fly by the buildings again. The small cruise ships I stopped on used to we would go to Southeast Alaska for the summer. Most of us would, or most of the ships would, and then stay in Southeast Alaska all summer, and then in the fall or the end of summer when we came back, we would come through here and stop at Buttedale, where there was one man who stayed there year-round as a caretaker of this old cannery. We'd bring him food, we'd bring him newspapers because he didn't have any way to get newspapers. There was no internet there or anything. Basically, all he had for entertainment was a VHF radio. I don't think he even had a satellite TV. He would give us fish that he caught. It was always fun to stop in and see him. I don't remember his name. Let's go over to the other side where there aren't so many shadows. Oh, you're in Toastmasters? I thought about doing Toastmasters for a while. I decided I don't like public speaking enough. Time to do the poll. Huh. Alright, that was our first little point of interest, I guess, for the day. Our next waypoint here is Hartley Bay. I don't remember if there's an airport there or not. It's probably not big enough for me to get fuel, so I might have to cheat and just re-up my fuel. He seemed fine when we visited Andrew, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't just putting a good face on things, you know? There were plenty of people in the company who had no idea who the guy was because they worked on the three sort of larger boats. Oh, I'm echoing? That's odd. I haven't changed anything. Is it just my mic, or is it like the music too? Yeah, I guess OBS just doesn't like me tonight. I don't know what it would be. I don't have the stream open or anything. It is. Strange. I don't know. I guess I'm going to be streaming again Friday. Between now and then, I'm going to have to try to sort out what OBS did to my Blue Yeti. Actually, I'm gonna try and experiment and see if you're actually getting the my voice through the Blue Yeti. I'm gonna mute it right now. All right, perfect. Thanks. Oh, Greg, you know me from We Fly Daily's stream. Alright, so at least now I know OBS is using the right microphone. I was afraid it was using the, you know, my crappy microphone on my webcam. It still just won't, for some reason it doesn't register it on the, in the mixer. I'm gonna try another experiment. Can you hear me now? Oh. Okay, that's strange because the Blue Yeti appeared in my mixer a while ago, but it clearly wasn't, but that track wasn't registering anything. So I just turned it all the way down and assumed it wasn't working. But I'm not echoing now, right? Okay, cool. Well, I don't know what that was all about. This is better because my filters are applied. Alright, thanks for your help, Andrew. And Greg. This is gonna sound weird, but, you know how, they say that, memory is really connected to, sense of smell? One of my strongest memories of, being on the Inside Passage on the Alaska State Ferries is, the smell of the cafeteria. You're in the, like, excuse me, like the aft quarter or so of the boat. You can smell the cafeteria, and it just really, like, seeing the scenery evokes that memory. And on the flip side of that, I work at a grocery store, and the other day I walked past our deli, and for some reason it smelled like the Alaska State Ferries to me. And I got hit with a really strong wave of nostalgia while I was at work. Very strange. I went up the wrong passage. Oh well. Let's go back down the other one. I turned what should have been a relatively straight trip into a big old triangle. Got Greg and Pio Boss back there. Yeah, isn't that strange, Andrew? Yeah, another one I have is roses. Roses always remind me of my grandmother. She had a rose perfume that she wore, and I'm sure if I smelled that perfume today, it would probably be way too strong for me. But yeah, anytime I smell roses or any rose scent, just reminds me of her. Yeah, that was almost 50 years ago for me too, Andrew. Oh, really? I don't. I think for me that's only the case if with certain songs that I saw live that can like evoke the memories of those shows. When I grew up in a I grew up in a town of about 30,000 people or so, and um, I was never really into music until I was, I don't know, 17 or 18, and I started to hang out with this one group of kids who all went to different schools than me, and they all listened to punk, and um, through them I got really into punk, especially like 90s pop punk, and it turned out our little town had quite the punk scene, and we had a great little club for about 2 years. There were punk shows at this club 6 or 7 nights a week, and for the 2 years that it was open, I probably saw 5 shows a week. And there were some of the like some of the bigger punk bands of the time came through um, because they knew they were going to sell out, and they just liked the energy of a sold out crowd, I guess, even if it's a smaller place. You know, I think the capacity was only like 150. That was in southern Minnesota, so you know they could have gone to Minneapolis and booked a much bigger venue. Sometimes they also went there, and sometimes they didn't. You know, what's funny is this is the first time I've had the bot set up to make announcements, and I was wondering if it would even make the announcements because of the because you know you set a minimum number of chats between that has to be that have to you know be spoken or whatever um, in the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something in order for the announcements to be made. And when I set it up, I thought, am I even gonna have enough chatters in there to for the announcements to kick off? Because I never know. Um, and now I'm actually seeing the announcements. It's kind of cool. My first name's Derek. Nice to meet you too. We're just gonna pivot around the corner here and head back toward Hartley Bay, which we passed a couple minutes ago. It's just the next passage over. Yeah, that's the. I mean, you know, it's only my third stream, so I don't really expect to have. I don't really expect to have that many viewers. Um, the the raid was a nice surprise. I don't think you were quite here yet then. Fliggity raided me after his stream. He's another flight simmer. What was that? Field of Dreams? God, it's been a long time since I saw that. Greg, did you come in with Fliggity? Okay. I wasn't really looking around to see if anybody else was flying with me, so I wasn't sure. Look at the mountains over here. Or mini mountains, as I like to call them. What you been up to today, Greg? Anything besides flying? Yeah, it does. I just didn't know if that banner stuck around. Um, you know, if it was a timed thing or if it stayed for the duration of their visit to my chat. Sounds nice, Greg. Tomorrow's my Friday, so I'll have Friday and Saturday off. I'm looking forward to that. I'll be streaming both days. I don't remember what time I scheduled my streams for. I think I was planning to start in the afternoon, which gives me the option to stream longer if I want to. But other than streaming, I will be doing what you did today. Just relaxing. Maybe a little cooking. Oh, alright. Thanks, Andrew. You know, just one of the many things I never had to think about before. Doesn't look like there's an airport at Hartley Bay. There's a place to land. I might land and just adjust my altimeter. So it'll be a little more... a little more. Because I have a feeling if I hit the water in a little bit, it's going to show me at about 500 feet. Oh, there we go. I could adjust it now if I wanted to. There's Oh, an obvious lack of realism there. I think it's the big tires on this plane make it so you can take off from the water if you splash down like that. No. Just because I didn't, just because I did it doesn't mean that you had to do it, Bio Boss. Checking our progress. We're coming to another turn here. It'll take us by Hartley Bay. I don't know what the water in this game is, Andrew. It looks like water, but it doesn't really act like water. Because, you know, streams in the sim flow sideways sometimes. And I've never seen a stream do that in real life, except for well, no, not at all. Yes, science. Science is very important. I support you in your bid to in your bid to science. Oh, it's a seaplane base. Well, shit. If only I had a float plane. Well, there are worse things to be blinded by than science. It's supposed to be the reflection of the moon. Seems a little bright, doesn't it? Might be. It doesn't look like it on the chart, but you know, small strips. So, in fact, almost seen a small strip from Google Maps. So stop that. Find out. It could also be like a beach to land on or something. Don't see a strip. Maybe. So. Hi, boss. There's not even a sandbar for us to land on. White sandy stuff. You mean right in front of us? That's kind of where I'm headed to check it out. Do a slow pass first. Could maybe land on the road. That looks promising. Freeze. Strip actually stays above the water. It doesn't go underwater like a lot of docks do. There, that's what I'm talking about, Pio Boss. I like that location because it's right on the water, so if I set my altimeter to like 0 to 5 feet, it's relatively accurate. Oops. We just land on the water, I guess. Descent. Oh, water it is. All right. Good enough to set the altimeter. As I like to say, don't tell the FAA. I mean, it's not like I jumped out of the plane and let it crash. Let's see. Shoot for like 12 or 15 feet. There we go. Good enough. Back into the air. Not that way. Oh. Is that bridge a candidate for a fly under? I didn't look at what was on the other side of it. Or if I can even line up on it well enough. I don't think that's going to happen. Nope. Not doing that. Pio Boss, we're gonna go left up Douglas Channel here. No, we're not. We're gonna fly over the land and take the next channel over. Oh, did you really? I think it would have been doable in this plane. I just approached it way too fast that first time, and I didn't want to make a bunch of passes. I was way too fast, and my rate of descent was like 600 feet. 600 feet per minute, not a good landing rate. Sure, the controller loved that. Do you watch 7 Gear, Andrew? Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna get a phone number to call for sure. I don't remember seeing that. I think I've watched all of Kelpie's videos. But On the other hand, that means I've watched a lot of videos, so there's plenty of room to forget one. Yeah, he is great. He's funny. I like all his stories about how pilots act and behave, too. How proud they all are of being pilots and how much they all love their snacks, apparently. Don't. Is it really? Is it still clipping? Or is it just for a moment? Huh. Weird. I've been trying to maintain a consistent distance from it after the troubleshooting the other night. Alright, here we are going northwest up Grenville Channel. We've got Pitt Island to the left and mainland British Columbia on the right. If it's, I wonder if it's actually one of my filters. You know, last time I was on, I made a list of things to do between streams, and I did about half of it. And I probably planned to research the microphone issue, but I probably couldn't read I probably couldn't read my writing. I definitely had some trouble with that. I wrote so fast when I was on the stream. Yeah, I have a noise gate and I have noise suppression. Yeah, it is. It's Pio Boss. I wish I had recordings of us trying to land on a sandbar in Desolation Sound. Pio Boss was flying there with me, and let's just say the sandbar was about the length of that little spit I tried to land on back at Hartley Bay. Both did it eventually. Big pine cones, but still pine cones, yeah. gonna gain a little altitude here and get an idea of the overall picture of the area. All right, Andrew, thanks for stopping in. Nice chatting with you again. Hope to see you again. I'll be back on Friday. There's a chance I'll be on tomorrow after work. It just sort of depends on what I feel like. But for sure Friday, my schedule's posted on my Twitch page and also in my Discord. Nice mountains over there. Have a good night, Andrew. Greg, are you still there? Did we hit the invisibility bug, or did you take off? That should be fun. Maybe I'll stop in there after my stream on one of those days. Next week I'll also be on Friday and Saturday, and I haven't decided which other day or days. Friday, Saturday is my weekend. The other days I work until about 9:30, so I have to start later. Alright, heading back down into the channel. Oh, that's a big lake, a long lake next to us there. You know, I'm gonna hop over and look at that for a second. Oh, thanks. I'll check it out. I do love my 80s music. There's this Instagram account for this band. It's a bunch of like 15-year-olds. They're called Burn the Jukebox, and they do a lot of 80s covers, and they do them pretty well. Their guitarist is really good for like a 15-year-old. Oh, that's cool. What is this? Is this a lake, or is it just a really big shadow? This is a valley in shadow? What's happening here, Microsoft? Weird. It doesn't look like water anymore when you get close to it. And I was supposedly at 300 feet or so when I touched down. Yeah, and why are trees growing in it? There's that too. Andrew, what did you do? Oh boy. All right, Andrew. Before my next stream, I'll figure out what happened there. That the bot decided to delete all your messages and time you out. You're driving on it? Well, it doesn't show up on the chart at all. And when are you at like 300 feet on it? Or were you, I should say? Yeah, I looked at my altimeter and it said 300 feet or so. Having said that, it seems like it's way off again already because, well, let's get down to the water and see. Yeah, so it's not that far off. No, in fact, it's still, well, it's about 15 feet or so right now. So that must have been water that was supposed to be like 300 feet deep or something. Very strange. But it's not on the chart at all. I'm actually going to cheat and pull up Google Maps and attempt to not crash. Remember when I said I was going to attempt to not crash? Stay here for a second while I... There's actually a lake there. There's a lake there called Bachelor Lake. All right. Resolved. And another impossible takeoff from the water on the books. No more water landings until I'm in a float plane. Boston. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you said that the auto mod decided to totally take you out. Oh, how many did you type? The minimum, I think, is pretty high. Huh. I'll look at it later, and maybe I need to raise the caps limit a little bit or something. I was just really surprised when it happened. Oh, did you just touch the water a little bit there? No, I think that was, I think it was the struts from my plane. I think it was a reflection of the sunlight off my wing struts. Well, that's one way to get around the filters. Good night, Andrew. Sleep well. I'll see you soon. Maybe for some 80s music. Yeah, you know, I forgot to change that before I went live. That's why. I changed the stream title after I went live, but thank you. It wouldn't have been terrible to go fly there again, but it wasn't the plan for the night. Oh, I was muted. Thanks. I think I bumped it a little bit ago. Yeah, I had a raid. Fliggity raided me with 40 some folks, uh, maybe an hour ago. Um, but there was already at least one person flying with me, and then another joined me. Let's see his. Yeah, it looks like Pyobus is still here. He's flown with me before. And Greg, who's often in We Fly Daily's flights, was also here for a little bit. Yeah, yeah. It seems to be a pretty tight little community. It's nice. You gotta come and fly with us sometime. We don't cross into Alaska today. We'll for sure cross in on the next stream, which will be Friday. I might stream tomorrow night, kind of on the later side. But if I do, I'll probably go someplace else and stick to the scheduled streams for this. Oh, hey there, BCG. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, you gotta come join us sometime. Some of my... I'll let you know when, like, my favorite places are coming up. Because I think those will be the most fun streams. I'll have the most things to talk about for sure. Yeah, I'm doing well, BCG. Just, a nice chill flying stream after work. Well, if I zone out real close to the water, I usually end up in it. But yeah, in a little bit, well, we're nearing Kennedy Island, which is like one of the, it's kind of the last bigger island before you hit Dixon's entrance, which is where it's where the like Pacific kind of rolls into Prince Rupert. And Prince Rupert is the last Canadian city before Alaska. But then, before we really get into Alaska, we're gonna take a trip up Portland Canal. There's at the end of Portland Canal, there's the community of Stewart Hyder, which is actually two towns, and the border is literally between the two towns, and it's a pretty trip. I've been up there a couple times by boat, so I'm gonna take the plane up there. Then we'll come back over and hit Ketchikan and Misty Fjords National Monument. See what Misty Fjords looks like from the plane, because I've never flown that. See how the sim renders it is really what it comes down to. Oh, what rivers have you flown along? I guess you were flying, what was it, the Murray River the other night? With, Planet? Yeah? I don't think I've flown many rivers. Some of my favorite flights have been things like the Grand Canyon. And another flight we did with We Fly Daily in the Pyrenees. A lot of canyon type things there. I also, and this is a flight that I think would be fun to do with other people sometime. I did a flight from I think Santa Monica um, to up this like canyon into the Malibu Creek State Park, and was able to find the location where most of MASH was filmed. And I think that could be a fun flight as long as it's with people who enjoyed the TV show MASH. I did it in a helicopter. I flew around it in a plane first, but then I decided I wanted to land there a little more easily, so I went back to Santa Monica and restarted with a helicopter. Yeah, I wonder what Alaskan river you flew with Sleazy. I'm curious. I do have a river stream planned too, um, going up the Stikine River, which is kind of it's probably a actually it's probably about 100 miles north of where we're at right now, maybe like 120 miles north of where we're at right now, and it flows like east and northeast into Canada. I've been up that river on boats a couple times, and there's some pretty spots. Yeah, Apocalypse Now style. Yeah, the only thing is I don't know if we'll find many places to land up there. There's an old cannery up there. At least I think it was a cannery that I'd like to check out in the sim if it's actually like if it's actually in there. We stopped there and there were a bunch of creepy old buildings, creepy old abandoned buildings. What are you up to? Did you stream today? Apocalypse Now, another movie I gotta watch again. So good. Yeah. Yeah, I love that movie. Did we already talk about Apocalypse Now? I know I just had a conversation with somebody within the last couple of weeks about Apocalypse Now. This looks pretty. Not gonna lie, doing this flight really makes me want to be there. What is this? What's going on down here in the water? Weird, it looks like a break wall that is rendered as submerged, but why? Huh. Oh, I guess it could be some kind of a bridge. There is a road there. Well, the the thing is, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of the time, things that should be on the water, like docks or small boats, when you get close to them, they show as underwater instead. So that could very well have been some kind of a road across the water. On the chart, there's a dotted line there, and I don't know what the dotted line is supposed to represent. Well, I guess it's not dotted, it's just a solid line, but it doesn't say anything about it. So it's entirely possible that it's some kind of like a rock bridge, but that seems like a weird thing to build there. Yeah, you're probably right about that. It'd be a lot of time, though. A lot of time and energy. I guess they'd be more likely to do that for 2024 and then bring it forward from there. Would be my thought. They could also, like, offer incentives for third parties to do that. Maybe a bigger sort of third-party ecosystem would build up around it if they did. And also, if there was a fully realized, fully rendered model of the planet in this sim, I might just never do anything else. Oh yeah, I'm sure you're right. In 20 years, this will be put to shame. In 20 years, this is, you know, all going to be some really amazing VR stuff. Fly high, you want a higher view? I can do that for a little bit. I like to stay low because I like the scenery around the water, but it's also nice to get up higher and get a bigger picture of where you're at. Although the last time I did that, I discovered a lake that was rendered in a really wonky fashion. Hi, boss, did I look like I needed a push there? Yeah, it's a very lightweight plane with the engine of like a Cub. Oh, you can do aerobatics in this plane. It's awesome. Fly inverted? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this plane can fly inverted for a while. It's got like special oil pumps to be able to fly inverted. I'm not very good at it though. Gotcha. Yeah, this plane can climb pretty fast. It's one of the reasons I like it because oh, you are? Yeah, I'm flying with well, as you can see, I've got no clouds. I started out with live weather and decided the views weren't going to be very good. Yeah, I've done a number of flights with people who are in other bush planes, and when we need to get over mountains or something, they really struggle, and that's part of the reason I like to fly in this plane, because it's never a struggle. Or if I'm going to be able to get ground services and fuel at the Prince Rupert Airport. I should. It's a big enough airport, but you never know in the sim. And I've been having to cheat and just raise the fuel level on my plane. Yeah, when the sim looks good, it looks really good. I do wish, I mean, among many wishes, one is that it would show nice big waves. Although it kind of looks like there's some actual swells out there in the distance. But I bet when we get closer, it won't really look like that. Yeah, 93. I didn't refuel at the start of the day today. Um, and I don't think I was in Bella Bella, and I don't think that it would have been possible there anyways. I just totally forgot to try. Well, I don't think I would have been able to without any like third-party mods or anything for it. I've I've only been able to request fuel on arrival, not on departure. And since I didn't do it when I arrived there the other day, I think I would have just been screwed. But Prince Rupert should be a big enough airport where it won't be a problem. If I run out of fuel, the engine will quit. And then I quickly pause the game and open up the weights and capacities window and add fuel. It's never happened because I have. Well, no, I take that back. It has happened to me. It happened to me in an A320 of all things. For some reason, my flight started me out with only like 20% fuel, and I didn't notice. I felt pretty bad for all those passengers. Yeah, I can tell I'm too high. Happy lights. Trying to go airborne again. I'm trying to stay on the ground. That's my problem with this plane. Yeah, it can land anywhere, but if you come in too fast, it just takes right back off again. Especially if you don't get the flaps in fast enough. And I was trying to get them in, and I hit the wrong button on my flight controller. Look into fuel. Yeah. to get fuel because I didn't connect with ATC sooner, so we're just gonna cheat. That's too bad. That was my whole reason for landing here. There, magically refueled at Prince Rupert Airport. Hiya, boss, where you going? My controls are cheap. Um, I have the Logitech G Pro um, flight stick. I don't remember exactly what it's called. It's like a $25 or $30 um, stick that has an integrated throttle control, which I thought when I um, purchased it I was gonna like, but it's actually kind of a pain because in order to throttle up or down, I have to reach over. I fly with my left hand, and I have to reach over with my right hand um, to throttle up or down. And I would prefer to have that separate. And I also have the Logitech yoke and throttle block combo. And my whole problem could be mitigated if I could plug the throttle block into this stick, but there's not a port for it. So I just have to deal with it until I decide to spend the money on more expensive equipment. I mean, it's fine for flying. It's pretty sensitive, um, and it works well. I mean, it works well. I just don't like having to reach over with my other hand and do something with my other hand. I wish that there was like a so the throttle control is down on the it's on the base of the stick, and I wish that there was a slider somewhere on the stick instead. On the other hand, one of the advantages over the yoke for me is that the yoke, since I don't have rudder pedals, it's really a pain to do it with the yoke. There's like there's a toggle switch on the yoke that you can use to that I have set up to control my rudder, but the but it doesn't work very well. It's a real pain to use. On the other hand, the stick, you can twist for rudder control, and it's a lot easier. Hey Kenzo, I'm sorry, I don't have any commands set up yet. I'm working on it. I'm just doing this in my free time in addition to my full-time jobs, so I do all that when I can. And I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the time when I sit down to work on stuff, I end up just wanting to fly instead. I just work at a grocery store. I just work in the grocery department at a grocery store, kind of keeping things nice and tidy and stocked. Not a glamorous job or a fun job, but it's better than being broke, which I was for a while. Alright. Now that I stole some fuel, I'm gonna throttle up and get out of here. I'm on the West USA server, or USA West, or whatever they call it, Kenzo. Come on in if you want to join. Thanks for the follow, too. Say this airport. I think this is. I think the airport is CYPR. Prince Rupert, British Columbia. And I'm gonna take off, but we're gonna fly over the city of British Columbia, or Prince Rupert, before we continue on north. Yeah, you saw how fast this plane takes off. Once it hits, like, I don't know, somewhere between 15 and 20 knots, it just wants to get into the air. That's why you saw me, like, struggling to keep it on the ground when I landed. It's just so lightweight, it wants to get right back in the air. Land again? Take off again? I guess if I do one, I have to do the other, huh? This time anything that happens will simply be because I'm going too fast. There, this will be a little more gentle. Wasn't quite the same as the last time. Thanks, but I'd like it better if I maintain control. But this plane, it's really tough to not drift along like that, I've found. I mean, I'm sure part of it is just my skill level. It's the Savage Carbon from Got Friends. It's free. You can download it from their website. Just Got Friends, GOTFRIENDS. And it's based on a variant of the Cub. Yeah, it's a great bush plane. Just because you can take off and land pretty much anywhere. By sheer luck, I landed this plane on the top of Denali. There was no way to take off from up there, but it's almost like if you can land a helicopter there, you could land this plane there if you're skilled enough. But to get off Denali, I just drove off the side, and I was high enough up that I gained the airspeed I needed to give me some lift. So here's Prince Rupert. I've been here a couple times, but I still haven't seen that much of it. The first time I went to Alaska, I caught the ferry out of Prince Rupert. I need to redline. Yeah, and it'll probably be fine here. The quality of the graphics when you fly low over cities really depends on a combination of how big the city is and how and the resolution of the satellite imagery they used. But this looks pretty good. But there are some places that are supposed to look really good that look terrible. Yeah, even the ones that are supposed to be really high quality, like Seattle, for example. If you, until a few months ago, I lived in Seattle, and I lived near the water. I lived like a block from the water on both sides, and I decided to land the plane in my old neighborhood on the road by the water, and the buildings were like they looked like they were melting, you know. And in addition to that, it couldn't render the big trees properly. They looked more like big rocks with nasty moss growing on them or something. Yeah, Yeah, I lived. Do you know Seattle? Oh, why did I move from Seattle? It's a long story. I'd lived there for quite a while, and I was ready for something new, and I was also having trouble finding work there, so I decided to look for work in other places, and I found a job where I'm at now that unfortunately laid me off after 5 weeks. They just overhired for the position. That's that's why I'm in grocery work right now, because um, my first job here fell through. I miss my friends in Seattle, but I was kind of ready to leave, and I plan on moving out of the U.S. in a few years. Hey Kenzo, I see you there. Welcome in. Oh, you got the Savage carbon there too. It looks like. Um, Nobody's ever told me that before. I'm gonna blame my lighting. Yeah, I want to move out of the country in a few years, and there's a lot of towns I've been to where I thought it would be cool to live for a year or two, and I decided if I'm gonna leave the U.S., then this was kind of my last chance to try out some other towns. Say, I think Prince Rupert looked pretty good. Yeah, well, I lived in Southeast Alaska for a while. Actually, in a couple streams, we'll hit the town that I lived in, which was Petersburg. Pretty similar um, to British Columbia. Very similar, climate and landscape. A little isolated. Have you been to Alaska? Where'd you go? Hi, boss. Did we lose you? Did you take off, or did you fall victim to the invisible bug? Oh, okay. Yeah. Most people go to Anchorage or Fairbanks or somewhere up in the interior, and I've been up there, but I haven't spent a lot of time there. The vast majority of my Alaska time has been in Southeast Alaska. I just love the like, I don't know, the maritime island climate. Suits me well. Off to the left there is Dixon's entrance. It can be very uncomfortable to cross on the ferry. I have definitely gotten seasick out there a time or two. Yeah, it's a good plan, man. Good plan. How do you say your username? Gizbaku? Aku? Okay. What's the first part stand for? Mine is RP Gamerous. People kind of struggle with mine. Oh, cool. How was that pronounced? I mean, you obviously can't give me the full treatment in a text chat, but I'm curious. Gazab? Gazab? Yeah, I know, it's hard to illustrate pronunciations in a text chat sometimes. See if I can find some good places for bush landings over here. You fly in the sim, Aku? You did, yeah. This is the only one I've flown. Except when I was a kid, I had a really crappy computer that had an awful flight simulator on it. I loved it, but it was terrible. I'm doing a long trip right now up the Inside Passage. I left Bellingham, Washington a couple streams ago. That's where the Alaska State Ferry docks, if you take it all the way down to the lower 48 states. So for me, I kind of consider that the start of the Inside Passage. Flew over Vancouver and Victoria, stopped in Nanaimo. We did a little bit of flying, like scenic flying around some spots that I've been to down in that part of British Columbia, and ended in Desolation Sound. Actually, when I was talking about the landing on a sandbar earlier with Pio Boss, that was right in Desolation Sound. And then we went from there to Bella Bella on the next stream, and we're gonna end the trip in Skagway, which you can see the marker for it on the screen there, 339 miles ahead. But I'm gonna zigzag around Southeast Alaska a little bit, really doing like a tour of the Inside Passage and like the islands and other places in Southeast Alaska. So today, we will be crossing. Yeah, we're gonna be crossing into Alaska in I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. So this is basically a series, just flying the Inside Passage from start to finish, south to north, and visiting a lot of places up there. I do like when I do unscheduled streams, which I did one the other night. I'll fly in different places, and for my scheduled streams, I'll probably stick to this. I've had a few people join me to fly so far, and I don't know if there might be a particular place that somebody who flies with me once in a while wants to see, and if that's the case, I don't want to stream this on a different day and have them miss something that they thought they were going to join in on. So the other day, I was actually flying in. I decided to do a flight in Pakistan, and I wasn't even planning to. I wasn't planning to stream it until I started the flight, and after about 5 minutes, I stopped and decided to do a little bonus stream because it was so beautiful. I wanted to fly to what's it called, Skardu, which is in it's in the mountain range that has a lot of those like 8,000 meter or taller peaks, and actually K2 is in that mountain range. And so I found another airport that was only about an hour away and decided to start there. This is a weird looking little island. And I just flew through all these amazing sounding amazing looking mountain valleys. But it's, after like 5 minutes of flying, I decided to start over and stream it. And I didn't get anybody flying along with me, but a few people did come in and watch and chat. So I was glad that I streamed it. Not sure how accurate my altimeter is right now. It's am I gonna make it all the way to, yeah, there we go. No, I gotta get to the ground so I can stop. Oops. I thought that I was closer to the ground, hence the crash. I was gonna land there, instead I crashed there. But this plane can totally land in this space. I just didn't pull it off. I wonder if Kenzo will come in. This is about the size of the other night when Pyobos was flying with me. We landed on a sandbar in Desolation Sound, and it was probably about the length of this. So close. It took me a couple tries to land on that other sandbar, but when I did land it, I just didn't touch down the first few tries. When I did land it, it was actually a decent landing, unlike this one. I did nose over at the end. That's one of the things about this plane. If you, when you brake, if you're not pulling all the way back on the stick, you're gonna nose over. Because all the weight on this plane is at the front with the engine. Alright, I don't know if Kenzo's gonna try again. He's still going up, so I'm gonna guess that he's not. So we'll get back in the air. And yeah, a great view. Next waypoint I didn't name. But that's only a few miles away, and shortly after that we'll cross the border. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about customs in the sim. I'm working on getting us set up where I can support having a Discord chat with people I'm flying with on these flights. I just have to. I have a second PC here that I want to offload that to because my. I just have like a mid-range gaming laptop, and it works pretty hard to run the sim and stream it. If I'm just running the sim, everything's fine, but I don't want to overtax it by adding Discord too. I found Discord to be kind of a heavy app on PC. But yeah, I'd love to be able to have a voice chat with the people I'm flying with and actually be able to talk about where we want to go next and stuff. Speaking of where we're going next, I'm getting a little off course here, which I only care about a little bit. I just know I want to get to this canal entrance. 10%. Does it really? I didn't realize it was that much. I haven't looked at that. I can just tell when I'm in a Discord chat, especially, I can tell that it's slowing some things down. Looks like we got a local simmer up there ahead of us. DHC-2. That might be the Beaver float plane. Maybe. What planes do you like to fly? Oh, A320. I've flown that a little bit. I think I've flown the default A320 the most, but I also have the fly-by-wire A320. A couple of weeks ago, I bought the oh, what's it called? I can't remember the, no, a couple of weeks ago I bought the, 737-600 from, oh, I can't remember the name of the creator now. That's pretty highly regarded, but I haven't been able to dive into that yet. But yeah, the fly-by-wire is A320neo. If I had more money to spend on it, I'd get the Phoenix. Oh, that's... I mean, I could see myself picking up the Dreamliner if I... No, the 737-600 was what, like, the first of the... Nice, Kenzo. Well, I'm glad you joined me. I like low and slow because I really like this area a lot. I think I just saw somebody flying around Brisbane a few days ago. Or maybe flying into Brisbane. I can't remember who it was, though. Yeah, Aku, I think a Dreamliner would be fun. I do have the 777, and I enjoy that. I think that's from Captain Sim. So, you know, it's not the highest quality thing, but it's fun to fly. It likes to stay in the air. Intermittent. I fly a fair amount, but I'm still pretty casual, so my landings tend to be kind of rough. Gotcha. Yeah, that's not the kind of intermittent I was thinking. All right, I believe this is our turn into Portland Canal. This takes us to the towns of Stewart and Hyder. The U.S.-Canada border right between them. How long is this job? I think Stewart is on the Canada side of the border, and Hyder is on the American side. Oh, this is a longer trip than I thought. Well, hopefully we'll find some interesting scenery and some landing strips on the way. Are you in the Savage Carbon too? It looked like it down on that sandbar / island. And I don't know if the Savage Cub and Savage Carbon both have the same nameplate on this. Yeah, you are? Okay, cool. I love this plane. Oh, you're in the Cub. Okay. These little islands. Xboxer? Are you using an Xbox controller too? I have an old Xbox One that some of my friends gave to me just because they wanted to play Sea of Thieves with me, and at the time, um, the computer that I was using took forever to load Sea of Thieves. This was a while ago, way before I bought this computer. And it took so long to load that the session would time out. The session that they started would time out during the load. And they had two Xboxes, so they just gave me one of them. I'm not a big gamer, so I very rarely used it. And in fact, I think it's been at least a year since I fired it up. I just have Game Pass for PC and play whatever games I want on my PC. Oh, how do you like the Velocity 1 stick? Eventually I'll pick up some better equipment than I have now. I wasn't paying attention and I got off track. Well, you know what? We can follow this. This goes in the same direction, it just ends sooner, but it looks like it might be pretty once we get in there. And then we can hop over to Portland Canal. Yes and no? What are the pros and cons? Probably just as hard for you to type while flying as it is for me. I should get some text-to-speech app for this. Well, for when I'm in other people's streams, I should say. Flying with other people. But yeah, this is pretty. I don't mind that I went up the wrong canal to get to this. And that just sounded like innuendo. Difficult to oh, you have to... That has options you can program on it. And that is it difficult because of the stick itself or because of Xbox? Oh yeah, this is beautiful. I wish the chart had the name of this place. What was that? Did an airliner just pass over us? Lots of options. This cheap Logitech one was easy, at least on PC. Just plug it in and tell the sim what I want each button to do. See anybody now? I thought maybe an airliner or fighter jet passed over us. I think this is the best wrong turn I ever made. And some rendering problems there. mouse and a 65-inch TV. Yeah, I actually, as my primary monitor, I use a 32-inch TV that I never I never thought would make a good monitor, but it's actually great. I mean, and it's also old. It's a repurposed old TV. I have another old TV that I sometimes use when I'm for a monitor when I'm not streaming, and I think it's like a 55-inch. It's not as good as this 32-inch TV that I use. But I think it's also a lot older. So how's the weather in Brisbane? Should be getting to be summer for you pretty well. I guess it's your spring now, right? Look at this view. There might be a place to land up here. 27, pretty warm, huh? At least here that would be warm. Especially for spring. I guess you're probably more used to warm weather than us. Well, you came out of nowhere. Almost dinner time, huh? Well, I'm not sure how long I'm gonna go anyway. Um, this trip up Portland Canal is gonna be longer than I realized. I think I'll keep going for a little while and see how far I get. Maybe I'll get up to Stewart and Hyder and call it a day there. Pretty sure there's an airport there where I can land. Be a good place to start the next stream. Oh yeah, there's a runway there for me. So that's probably about 40 or 45 minutes away, I'd say. Maybe 30 or 35 minutes. So, you know, when you're called for dinner, you're called for dinner. I hope it's something tasty. If you want to land there, go for it, and I'll come in again, too. My landing was a little bouncy, but it was fun. I don't know how well the Cub will do in this spot. I've got the big tires. Right, Kenzo, I'm guessing you got called for dinner? Oh, no, I do see you. Maybe you landed and I didn't notice. Sorry. Took off towards Stewart too soon, I guess. Gonna hop back over to Portland Canal here and follow that up. I can't tell if you landed there or paused there. Go back down closer to the water. Anybody still watching? It looks like I'm gonna fly for another half hour or so. However long it takes me to get up to Stewart Hyder, right at the border of British Columbia and Alaska, or the US and Canada. Land at the Stewart Airport, where hopefully I can get some fuel. Just as a precautionary measure, I guess I still have a decent amount of fuel. And then continue the trip next stream. Still got about a half hour, 25 minutes or a half hour to go. But I am going to get connected with ATC here so that if there's fuel available there, I can get some. Funny that when I popped the ATC window out, for some reason OBS followed it as the game stream. Didn't expect that. I was confused when I looked at OBS and saw it. But I'm glad I looked. Have up here, maybe I can get another landing in. Oh, that could have been worse. Look around here. Pretty. This looks like maybe it's some kind of road. Wonder if it's a logging road. I bet it's a clear cut. Yeah, that's a clear cut. Certainly isn't a mountain landing strip like I used it for. It was a cool place to land for a second. Very little inlet we just flew over. Gonna head out into the middle and just fly right along the border. Yeah, Stewart Airport will be a good place to end for the night. I'm starting to feel tired. And I started my day tired. I woke up at about noon. I'm a true night owl, so noon is actually on the early side for me. But unfortunately, my job demands it. So I got up at noon and I immediately wanted to go back to sleep, despite the fact that I went to bed at a decent enough time last night. And I got to work and I was just dragging all day. And I love coffee, but unfortunately I have to drink decaf these days. After years of drinking all the coffee I wanted with no bad consequences, suddenly it became very bad for me. So it's decaf for me when I do drink it. Here we are, just straddling the border. Right now, the left wing's in the US, the right wing's in Canada. Stifle a yawn there. Pretty scenery, but it's not as dramatic as I remembered it being. I wonder if it gets a little more dramatic up ahead, where those bigger mountains are. Yeah, maybe it does. Trips up the inside passage do not include this little jog to the northeast here, because this is a canal that's only connected to the inside passage at the southern end, and it ends basically at the towns of Stewart and Hyder. And to be honest, there's not a whole lot up there. There's no reason that I know of for cruise ships to go there, really. In fact, I went there 2 or 3 times, maybe as many as 5 times, I don't remember, on the small cruise ships that I worked on. And aside from the fact that we would dock in one country and then you could just walk to the other country, I have no idea anymore what the attraction was. Unless there might have been a good opportunity for bear viewing here. That might be what it was. In fact, I think that is the sound of my memory being jogged right now. I think there was some kind of a bear viewing platform, and that's what our passengers did. I never went. I think I was always on. I was a deckhand on these small cruise ships, and I think I was always on watch when we got to Stewart and Hyder. Clearly remember washing down the boat and doing some painting while we were docked there. Still close to the water here. I love skimming. Exactly what you don't want to do in a plane. Gotta look at this from a little higher up. Gain some altitude. Get a bird's eye view. I'd say we're just a little over halfway up Portland Canal right now. For a second. Maybe we can land it for a little bit. Gonna avoid the trees. Spot. Still see Kenzo paused over there. But it wasn't that bad. Look at that. We can just drive up the side here and stop. Get right up to the edge. Bring my flaps in, otherwise I'll forget when I'm trying to take off. Up a little closer, can't we? Look at that. It's like a cockpit. And that's why I tend to stick to external view. Okay, time to take off. Come on. There we go. Safely back in the air. I don't know if it's ever safely with me as the pilot. Get back out into the middle and straddle the border for a little bit longer. And maybe we'll see another interesting or challenging landing spot. Right back in the middle again. Right wing in Canada, left wing in the US. For anybody who might have joined in the last 5 minutes or so, we've deviated a little bit from the inside passage, but not from my flight plan. And we are headed up Portland Canal to the small towns of Stewart and Hyder. Towns right next door to each other with the US-Canada border running between them. We land on the right-hand shore, we're in Canada. If we land on the left-hand shore, we're in the United States. And the border here is delineated by the canal, I guess you'd say, until you get to Stewart and Hyder. There, I think the canal itself ends, but it's fed by some rivers up there. Close for comfort. do love this part of the planet. Skim the water for a little while here. I think the plane understood what I meant by skim the water, because suddenly I was almost back up at 70 feet. That's good. Try to stay as close as I can. Watching the plane's shadow move up to meet the plane just like in real life. That's not the kind of skimming I wanted to do, but we survived, so I guess it's alright. Trying to stay around 20 feet. Plane wants to go up. Just my trim slightly. There we go. Trim down just a little bit. I tend to keep this plane trimmed down a little bit because it really wants to go up, and so under my like normal flying conditions, if I don't have it trimmed down, I'm just constantly fighting it. Constantly fighting the stick to keep the plane from gaining a ton of altitude. So, especially when I want to fly low like I do right now and on this inside passage trip in general. Just, I think it probably saves me from some fatigue to keep it trimmed down a little bit. I know I'm trimmed down 4%. And at this speed, that's working quite well. At this speed, 4% trim down, the plane wants to go down just a little bit. And that's great right now, since I'm trying to stay close to the water. It just means that I have to watch and pull up a little bit when I think I'm getting too close to the water. And that's a little easier than pushing down when I start to get too far away. Oh, welcome back, Kenzo. As you can see, we're still going. Haven't made it to Stewart and Hyder yet, but we're getting close. Get close, maybe 10 minutes or so, I'd say. Sounds about right. The Discord notification is gone right now. Thought I had closed Discord. There. Just kissed the water there. Having trouble with the shoreline there, I see. Sam is rather. What happens when you look away for a second and you're too close to the water? It's technically the airstrip we're going for is in Canada. At least I'm pretty sure it is. Is that a maybe, or is it too small? We were too far above it to be able to tell for sure. I think it was too small. Missed it that time around, I guess. Back down to the canal. There's a clear cut over there we could probably land in. Maybe on the American side, though. Airplane, keep climbing. We're gonna see if we can land over here. Sure if it's going to be level enough to pull it off or not. That was a little... especially that part. Hang out here for a moment and see if Kenzo is gonna come in. Looks like he's planning to. It wasn't too bad, Kenzo. I just hit the brakes and didn't pull back far enough on the stick, so I nosed over. And it's pretty up here. Yeah, and I bounced like that too. I think overall your landing looked smoother than mine. Good. Love this light little plane. There's Stewart, only 12 miles away there. I don't look anything like this guy in the cockpit. Who is that guy in my plane? Maybe I don't need to descend it. almost 5,000 feet per minute. Few more minutes to Stewart Airport. We should be on the ground in 5 minutes or so. Landing. Rides up more. Spot. Makes to forget settings sometimes. Gain some altitude so I can actually see the airfield. Maybe I'll fly around the town once before I go in for a landing on 1-8. Like, it could probably just go straight into 36, huh? Fly over the towns and turn. So, let's get anything that matters in the sim, but it's alright. There's one of the rivers flowing into this canal. There's the other one straight ahead. Be a dock down here. Now I don't remember this very well, but I guess this must be where we docked when I came here on cruise ships. I don't remember it being this far from town. You know what? I think it's not this far from town exactly. It's just that the satellite imagery maybe didn't convey the height of these buildings to the sim very well. It's not so bad. I'd swear there were other buildings out here, though. I don't remember it being a long walk or ride into town. That doesn't affect the runway when we come into land. That is strange. I've never seen that before. For a second, I thought I saw a horse-drawn carriage down there on the road. Because it's been before, and it's very distracting. So, back over here, complete our circle, come into land. Three, 6. Topographical glitch there. Into the runway there, Kenzo, huh? Or are you gonna land somewhere else? Twisted the stick there and caused some unnecessary and unwanted rudder action. It's a comfortable bounce. Enzo, I'm just gonna bounce right past you. Well, no, I'm not. Thought I was gonna have a smooth landing, and that did not happen. Out here for a bit. Oh, there's a place to park up there. Cool. I'm gonna head up to the parking. Spot. Look at the mountains. Like a fine place to park. You don't get any parking tickets. Just just look at my schedule here before I call it a night. Probably all the time. I'll be back on Friday. Thanks for flying with me, Kenzo. Thanks for joining. Everybody else who came along with the raid or found us in some other way. I'll be back Friday to continue the trip up the Inside Passage to Southeast Alaska. We'll be back Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, we'll take off from here in Stewart. We're going to circle around a little bit. We're not going to go back down Portland Canal. We're going to just have a chill flight over to Ketchikan with a stop or a fly through of Misty Fjords National Monument on the way, and see where else the day takes us, how far along we get on our flight plan. My guess is we'll get to at least to Petersburg on that flight. Anyway, thanks again, everybody. You can find my Discord and my social media in my description. Feel free to join anytime. Come along and fly with us, and I'll see you again next time. I'm gonna see if I can find somebody to raid before I get out of here, actually. Kenzo, thanks for flying with me. Have a good night. We're gonna go over to Sid GTV, another flight simmer. Very entertaining. Let's see what he's up to tonight. Everybody. Stewart TV, thanks a lot again for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.